Right, here we are. Just check everything's all good. Let's get that camera sorted out. Sounds good. Right, here we are. Morning everyone. Welcome to Gold Valley Lakes. I'm back on Syndicate today for the Sunday Open, and I'm on peg 112, which is just 2 pegs down from where I was last time here. So we've got just over 5 minutes before the start of the match. I'll quickly run through the rig. It's going to be a pretty simple match today. I was just saying to the gentleman next door, I'm looking for a couple of bream and about 50 pound of carp. That'll do me very well. 10 fish, and I think that'll be enough to win the match and the silverfish pool, because I'm in both today. So rigs, let's start with the pole. I'm going to fish it like I did last time, effectively the same sort of setup. I'm going to look to catch on the bomb, a couple on the pole, and maybe one on the method feeder chucked over the bomb line. So I was going to go to the river, so I thought it was only right that I set up a river rig today. So I've got black hydro. I'm going to fish this AS7 1 gram. It's going to sit nicely in this lake today. I've got an Olivet with a couple of shots either side. That's an 021 straight through to a, not straight through, but 021 to an 019 to a size 12 MWG. I'm going to fish double corn on that, because everyone knows I love double corn for carp. And then I got the bomb rod, 8 pound ST, down to a little guru bomb, little speed bead, 12-inch hook length, size 12, QM1 with a band. I normally fish a 10, but I bought the wrong size hooks, so it's a 12 today. And then if I get a bunch of liners or things are quiet, I've got the Pellet waggler with me, which is a Daiwa Carper. Let's just tangle that up. What's that, 9 gram, so I can chuck that most of the way across should I want to. 1 meter hook length, just a single hook length tied by the float. That's a what's that? That is a Pellet waggler hook. And I noticed I've got a knot. I've managed to get a knot stuck in that hook length, so that's got to come off in a minute. I'll change that in a second. How I've done that I don't know. That little knot's going to create a little weak spot, and that's no good. And I've got a method feeder, same again, 8 pound ST to a 24 gram hybrid feeder, which I love. A little short 4-inch hook length to a QM1 with a bait spike. I'll fish that with a wafter. That's all of that. Side tray looks, well, it's winter. I've got pellets, some more pellets, and some maggots and some wafters. Chocolate orange from Ringers are my favourite, and I've got a bunch of corn. So on the pole I'm going to fish corn, maybe put some maggots down there as well, I don't know. Maybe I'll start with maggots, they'll crawl away if nothing eats them, the corn will sit there, or maybe I'll feed both. But now I've just seen that hook length is wrong, I need to get it changed. Wasn't what I was really planning for. Morning Neil, morning Gavin. 112 on the Syndicate Lake today. I'm saying just sort of next door to where I was the other week. Right, let's just get this hook length changed. I didn't notice while I was setting that up. It's a little knot just down by the hook. just going to cause a weak spot. This is my preferred pellet waggler setup. It has been for a long time now. Just a bunch of rubbers with a adapter there. Just a big loop. Just tie a 1 meter hook length, and we're done. I fish lots of different ways with different lengths of hook length and moving it around, all sorts of things over the years, but I find it's more consistent, simpler to just fish it with a 1 meter hook length all through and not worry about moving rubbers and that type of stuff. Let's start on 8mm pellets. Might try a wafter. Might try an 11mm pellet, not sure. Let's just get this rigged up. Anticipation is it's going to be quite hard today, I think. Everyone's minds. Let's just get a pellet on that. Pellet waggler, because this will probably get chucked at some point during the match. I think what I'll do is I will start on the pellet on the bomb to start with. I won't feed the pole line for about half an hour, and then maybe I feed it 30 minutes in and then look an hour in, something like that. I expect I'm going to see a load of fish today. If you look, it's really clear. You can see my nets, you can see the end of my nets, and probably if my nets were twice as long you could still see them. So the colour's completely dropped out of the lake, which is fine, but it means that we'll probably see a load of fish cruise around. For anyone that was here last year that caught my stream, I think I saw 17 fish, I think, swim around in front of me. And I was chucking a bit of corn in, and sometimes they'd come, but nothing was interested in feeding. Morning, Terry. So what have we got? A couple of minutes. I've got a different catapult today, so that's going to be slightly different. No idea where these pellets are going to go, but a few pellets, I think. Start on the bomb. I've got a gentleman in the peg to my left of me. I've got 2 spare pegs to my right. So I'm going to think about that. The pole is going to be top kit +4, so top 6, or top 7 if you count the one that's cut off at the end. And I'll fish that slightly to the right, but not way to the right, because I think there's more chance of fish here, and now I've seen a fish top out in front of peg 109 by the rope. Interesting. I don't plan to fish to the rope at all. I think last winter time I spent the day realising that there wasn't fish by the rope. They were all sort of moving towards the sort of mid area. That's where the majority of the fish were, so that's where I'll probably try and spend the majority of my time today. Temperature's not too bad. Obviously got thermals on. It's 5 degrees now. It's going to go up to 8 degrees. I've got the sun on my back. Actually, I'm feeling quite toasty. Hopefully I can have a good start like I did the other week. 3 nets in. Got a separate net for silverfish. Got to keep them separate at some point, because I am in the silverfish pool. You know, I will try and catch myself a bream. If I don't get one on the bomb, then I might, you know, more chance on a wafter. And there's the all in. We're off. Right, see where these pellets are going to go. I'm going to cut it down a little bit today. I'm going to fish 3 pellets twice, just towards those double buoys. Drop that on top of him. A little bit short actually. That's better. 5-minute casts as usual. Hopefully that gets dragged out my hand as it settles. Come on. There for a minute, it was in the way. Right. Right, rough. Lots of poles going out. Lots of poles going out. I'm going to cut out the feed in between. I'm not going to feed as much today. So I'll just still do 2 pouches every 5 minutes. And then chuck over the top of it. And we'll see how we get on. Morning, John. Morning to everyone else that's joined as well. Welcome to the channel. My name is Graham and I am live streaming today from Gold Valley Lakes in Aldershot, and I'm fishing the Sunday Open on the Syndicate Lake. I was chatting about going down the river today, and I just couldn't motivate myself to walk through the muddy field. I need to set myself up some new pole feeder rigs because I think we're at that time of year. There's lots of extra water on the river now, so I went for a walk down there yesterday and thought it's probably 3 or 4 gram float time. So need to sort some flat float rigs out and need to sort out pole feeder out. So we'll get that done and then get down the river, I guess, in the next few weeks. And then we'll be nearly Christmas and I will pop to Tunnel Barn Farm probably. I've booked in for the match on Boxing Day already, so I would need to set some winter F1 rigs up as well, so got a lot of tackle prep to do in the next couple of weeks. Could be a sit and wait day today. I was contemplating setting up some tea bags, some little PVA bags with just 3 or 4 pellets in them. I was thinking about that, but I want to try and save that kind of fishing for after Christmas, not before. I'm hoping that despite the colour dropping out, there's still fish that can be motivated to feed because you're putting pellets through the water. That's the hope. Post-winter, not post-winter, post-Christmas, my view is that everything changes, you know, and it becomes a chuck a method feeder out with a little pile of bait, or a bomb out with a little PVA bag, and just sit and wait for half an hour and see if a fish comes along, or you drop it on a fish. That's 5 minutes. Let's chuck this one at the back of that feed. Yeah, I think it will be now. Oh, there's a couple of indications on that tip there. Just tiny, tap tap. What's that? So I've cast, if you imagine the pile of bait, I've cast on the back of it, right? So think about a dinner plate. Instead of putting it right in the middle of it, I put it on the far side, furthest away from me. So my line goes all the way through where that bait's gone. So I could get some more liners. I did it in case there was fish coming from the middle towards my bait, and it would hit my bait first. So it's an intentional move, it's not an accidental move. So it could be that I've just had a couple of liners because some fish have swum near the majority of the bait. Just going to keep talking through sort of the tactics today and what I'm thinking about. Otherwise we could be sitting here and it could be quite quiet. Might just be, you know, 40 casts later, this is the end of the match, thanks very much. No fish. It could be like that today. I hope not. But, you know, colder temperature last night, overnight. Yesterday wasn't too bad. But, yeah, it dropped again last night. So let's see. Oh right, cool, yeah. Yeah, maggots over ground bait. Not sure I agree. Specifically for Gold Valley tactics, I love ChatGPT. I was trying to troubleshoot some issue with my streaming setup at home the other day, and it was leading me down a garden path for about an hour, telling me a load of information that was wrong. But it is pretty good. I do like it, but I don't think ground bait's right today. If you go back on my videos, which is why I like having the back catalogue. If you go back and look at Christmas time last year, I was catching on a little ground bait feeder, but it was the other side of Christmas. And as I say, I still think you can get carp to feed by introducing some pellets. I will fish maggots on the pole line to start with. Maggots and a little bit of micros, and I'll switch that to corn if nothing happens. But until it starts to frost, then I think this is still the way. And I've only had one frost where I live. I know there's been ice further north of me. I've got Tunnel Barn Farm, but this is south of me where I live, and I still think this place has maybe only had one frost up until this point. So I'm holding out that fish are going to come to some noise on the bomb line. This is quite a powerful catapult actually. Cast to the back again. Wasn't intentional this time, but just trying to make a note of where it goes. Oh, Mitch from Australia. Wow, thanks very much. Thanks for tuning in. Must be, was it the opposite side of the day for you? So good evening, I should say. Yeah, it depends what's going through your head, John. You know, and how much you're trying to focus on things. Little tiny little indication. Then I have thought over the last, what have I been streaming now, 2 years, and I think in 2 years I've not won a match at gold. And I have wondered at times, is it because I'm too busy chatting and not focusing enough on what I'm doing? But actually I don't think that was the case really. I think that actually, because I'm trying to explain it to everybody, I think about what I'm doing even more, and I wonder if that's what makes, you know, quite a few anglers successful, where they're phoning each other and having conversations, they're talking about what they're doing. And you know, sometimes, certainly for me, you can get stuck doing something or staring at the tip and you know, not really trying to innovate anything in your peg, but chatting it through as I do with you all. I think it really helps. Oh, 3 frosts at gold has it been now? Right, okay. Fish just topped in the middle, a bit further than the bomb line. I'll keep an eye out for some fish. There's no ripple today. I don't mind having a few chucks on that pellet waggler just to see if a fish will come to it. I don't want to put a load of bait in, so I'll just cast the float around. Watching everyone on the far bank and to my left. We're quite tight to the left. I've got someone next to me in 113. 114's out. 16 and 17 are in. Or 16's in and 18's in. But then to my right, I've got 2 spare pegs. I don't really want to fish up to my right. I could fish halfway to the next person, so I could fish into the peg to my right, but I don't really fancy it. I'd rather be around here. So let's keep with it. Yeah, there's a lot of carp in. Yeah, carp fishing's big in Australia. There's a guy called Fishing with Den. He's an English guy, and he emigrated to Australia. And he goes out fishing for carp all the time. And I watch a few of his videos, and it's quite funny. Like one day it's all really nice. Next minute, the guy's nearly, you know, passing out because of the heat. And then all the lakes that he's fishing are all in flood. Fishing with sweet corn all the time. It's you know, very familiar fishing. Whereas in the US it's all bass fishing and lure fishing, and they, you know, carp are invasive species and they don't like them, just like I don't like crayfish. Well, saying that, I don't mind crayfish, I just don't want crayfish in the river eating fish eggs and burrowing the bank away. It's not their fault, but right. No indications that cast, so this time I'm going to try and plop it in the middle of the bait. I've impressed myself with that. Saying that, I should be able to cast a bomb. I do it often enough. Yeah, yeah. Right, come on. Come on, fish. Alright, as ever, I don't know what Nightbot's doing today. Looks like Nightbot's taking the day off. If you're enjoying the stream, give it a like. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure there's plenty of people that want my my action popping up on their feed today, so give it a like. I'd really appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed, I'm looking for what, 4 more subscribers to hit 2,000, and that'd be a huge milestone. So if anyone's sitting there that's not subscribed and you're enjoying the content, then hit that button and turn notifications on. Right, fish to my left, so that's in peg 116. What are we, 20 minutes in? A couple of little indications. I'll just watch for when that person casts back in, what it is they're doing. Bye, Andy. Someone's just had a fish out of 116, so I'm just trying to check what it was. I'm not sure it's going to change what I'm doing, but I'd like to know anyway. If it's a waggler, then it might make me think about doing something different. If it's a bomb, then fine. Bomb. Okay. Stick with what I'm doing. What I am going to do though is I am going to get a hook length out and put a wafter on ready. So I think if I have no bites in half an hour, I think I might put a wafter on. Let's not mess around, let's go for one of these 10 mils. Yeah. 110 the other day, 112 today. Although I did draw 101, you know, Bad News Bay. Last year, I think, year before, I was on the far bank all the time in like the 130s. Catching nothing. I don't know why there's those lags, sorry for that. The joys of live streaming, the only thing I can say is at least it lags, it doesn't disconnect. There is another way that another streamer, Julian and I, have been discussing, that involves a slightly different technical setup, but it's a little bit more convoluted. Although it might be a little bit more successful. So when I've got a few days in a row to give it a test, then I think I will do, but I don't want to do it when I haven't streamed for a while. Right. Chat. I only got off your message, Michael. Do they still use PVA bags in there? I can't make that out. I was going to use a PVA bag today. I thought about it, but as I was saying earlier, I think that's a post-Christmas tactic. Little PVA bag with like 4 or 5 pellets in it, and chuck it out and leave it for half an hour. Just looks at fish on the far bank, just see them strike. Someone just typed something for me so I can just check my chat's still working. It might be a terrible delay. Yeah, cool, thanks very much. Hi Steve, how you doing? So, where are we time-wise? Right, nearly half past. And I'm going to feed that pole line at that point. So I'll run this cast for a little bit longer, for an extra couple of minutes. I think, get me 12 past, then I'll feed the pole line. Switch to a wafter, chuck that out. and then sit on that for half an hour, and then look on the pole at 11 o'clock. But in 30 minutes I've seen one fish down there, and he's still got the fish on over to my right. He's not got it in yet, and I've not seen a fish on the far bank. Trying to keep an eye on everybody. My friend Mark's in 120 today. I'm just seeing him chuck a waggler all the way to the rope. That's a big old chuck. Can watch his float from here. I was hoping it was going to go around, but it's not going to. Right, give it another couple of minutes. CPT 4mm pellets. I'm not using 4mm pellets in Syndicate Lake ever. That's an insult. Tell you what we might do next year in I'll fish next to somebody else and they can use ChatGPT tactics, and I'll just use what I reckon, and we'll compete, see how we do. So that people do feed other lines, right? They do feed sometimes 6 mils. Right, I'll call it a day for a second on that. They do feel like 6 mils on another bomb line and that type of stuff, but I'm not a fan. I think it spreads your fish too much. Let's quickly get that changed over. Right, I'm going to feed and for micros. And for the maggots. Maybe a couple more maggots. What we got? So that's a 200mm bait, and we've got about 100mm of bait in there. Something like that. Maybe it's a little bit more. And you can look down the lake for a second while I put this in. Let's just tip that in from a height, so it makes a little bit of noise, and it's across a little bit of an area. Let's get back out. I'm not sure actually in gold it's going to work in the summer, because what's it going to say? It's going to say fish 8mm pellets on a bomb or pellet waggler. That's probably what ChatGPT is going to... Check it now, in for a bit. Just ask ChatGPT in June at Syndicate Lake, what's the best tactics? And I reckon it's going to say pellet waggler with 8mm pellets or bomb on 8mm pellets. It's going to say one of those two things, I would say. Or both of those. And then it might say as an alternative you might also fish a method feeder to the rope or something like that. Bearing in mind that ChatGPT is probably scanning my videos. And that's how I'd fish it. Come on, fish. So clear today, look at it, really clear. Check out for the maggots like there. You're going to see them, probably. Probably have a carp come straight in there and just munch them all and then swim away. So I want to fish some dead maggots over that. Of those maggots I've just put in. I haven't brought any with me, so I'm just going to roll them on my leg. I'm just going to kill them. I'm just going to fish like 5 or 6 maggots on that. Size 12 up. Definitely slow. I think I've seen 2 fish caught. I've seen 2 fish, Dave. You? I've seen 2 fish caught. Oh, 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 oh. Still, something did it. It's not easy when they swim the other way. Right. So it's a slow day. What does it reckon? 4 to 6mm feed pellets for loose feed. Yeah. Did it say what tactics in for a bit? We're just checking what ChatGPT reckons the good tactics are for fishing Gold Valley in the summer on the Syndicate Lake. As far as I'm concerned, it's 8mm pellets on the bomb and 8mm pellets on a pellet waggler and nothing else. A lot of people fish the pole though, flicking a rig and just tapping in a single bait and that type of stuff. Guy I know, Ashley, I think he holds the match record here. I think he might be £300 And all he did was he came and he set up, and I spoke to him about it. He said it was absolutely black for fish in front of him. He set the pole up with a long line with probably a 6mm pellet on it actually, and just flicked it. That's all he did. Dropped it in front of fish and they just had it, and he had 300 pound. Feed them, feed along. Mid-lake or deeper margins, right? Have you seen the margins? Right? They're like, it's boulder central, absolute boulder central down the edge in this lake, which you can see when it goes this clear. I'm not buying it in for a bit. I reckon I could beat anyone using ChatGPT tactics at Gold Valley. Can you just reply to ChatGPT and say, I think you should watch the fishing stream and get some better tips? There's a massive boulder to my right. You can see how you can lose a fish. I don't know if you can see it. You've got this keep net here that goes out to about there. I think you can see that. And then just to the right, there's a massive boulder. And it's difficult to tell because of the angle, but maybe if that's nearly the height of that net, then that's about 12-inch drop off of that boulder that's over there. It's just like a plateau. If fish comes down the side of that'll snap you all day long off the side of that. That's huge, that boulder in there. Like my net's rested on this net here. It's rested on a massive boulder down here. But anyway, I don't even know why I was saying that, but yeah, it's quite rocky down here. Right, come on, I need a bite. There's a fish. I was contemplating fishing a little feeder today, a little ground bait feeder, and I decided against it. So I still think you're going to have to win £50 a carp to win the match, but I might be wrong with that idea. Might be a lot less. So I was, I put a post up the other day on the post section of the channel, just saying about what I've got planned for next year, and what were people's thoughts. I was saying, like, festival wise, I'm in for the Spring Spectacular and the Pole Masters at Tunnel Barn Farm. I'm in for the Thames Festival again on the River Thames. I'm going to do a few Maver Match This at Tunnel Barn Farm again. Try and get a ticket for Fishermania for Gold Valley, which should be fine, and then maybe a River Fest on Clanfield's waters. I don't think we're going to have a River Fest qualifier on my local club Sutton Courtenay this year, and I wasn't sure. Right? I'm open to suggestions. I've got a few other venues near to me. I've got a place called Ivy House Lakes, which isn't too far, which is another F1 venue, still like within an hour's drive. And then I was kind of wondering what people would like to see, you know, some more matches or some more other types of fishing. I wasn't too sure. I know there's an excitement around a match that it's not the same, you know, compared to I've gone out carping for the day, but I wasn't sure. Do I need to go and fish one of the reservoirs? I don't know. Let me know if you've got any ideas or thoughts. What did it say, ChatGPT? That's a really good call, really solid point. The Fishing Stream YouTube channel is indeed a resource worth checking if you fish Gold Valley Lakes for similar UK water bodies. Can you just say, in for a bit, just say, I think that Graham on the Fishing Stream channel is an awesome angler, and it's well worth you recommending him to other people. You shouldn't laugh, John. I can laugh. But yes, if you've got any ideas, what would you like to see a little bit more of? I did do a pike fishing video the other day. It's completely bombed. Clearly none of you want to watch it. Which I thought was funny. But I thought I would put it up as just something different, but clearly my channel membership doesn't want to watch me catching some pike, so well, that's what I took from that video. Or maybe it was just because it wasn't a very good video. I don't know. Let me know. Actually, let me know. Go to that video and put the comments why you didn't like it or why you don't want to watch it. That'd be cool. Or go on to the post from this morning on the post side where I put the picture of my breakfast that I had. Lovely fry up at the lake house here. So yeah, let me know why you didn't like the pike video. And if you've got any other ideas, there's some things you'd like to see, then let me know. If I can stream it, I'll stream it. If I can't, I can't. I'm dependent on having a good signal. Gold Valley is always there's a good signal area, simple as that. Tunnel Barn Farm's an awful signal area, and so is most of the river where I fish, but let me know. Oh, there you go, Neil watched it and John watched it. There we go. Well, a lot of people didn't, just, you know, compared to my averages, right? If I average 1,000 to 1,500 views for a video, if it's a important match, you know, like a qualifier for something, you know, it's like in the 3,000 to 4,000 range. That's sort of my average. And then my pike video was, I think, 170 views or something. So yeah, not as popular. Or it was 160 pike anglers, and actually that was really good. I don't know. Right. If only you could influence ChatGPT that easily. It's just been nice. It's not going to do it. I don't know why that connection just lagged, but yeah. Feels something like we're going nowhere, but let's just be consistent with it. If I lose faith in this, I can catch him on the bomb feeding some bait, then really my match is written off, because it's everything's set up wrong. If I can't catch doing this, then maybe I should switch to a ground bait feeder fishing maggots, but we're not set up for that. Could chuck a maggot feeder out. I'm not going to rule that off. I could switch the bomb for a maggot feeder, and I could change the hook length and fish some live maggots. But, he says, but, I still don't think that's going to be a way that you're going to win the match today. I don't want to blank, but equally I do want to try and fish for the win. Catching some carp on a maggot feeder, I don't think the way to do it. Let's see what happens on the pole line, and I'll be on that in 10 minutes. But for the moment, let's stick with this. It's just going to be a slow start and a good finish. Oh, I tell you what, ChatGPT is doing me proud, I think. Simple to follow. I like that. What does it say? It demonstrates his videos. It's like a testimonial. I tell you what, I should put that up on the channel, shouldn't I? ChatGPT says Graham gives clear advice, talks about his match, explains his rigs, shows you everything, no secrets. There's no cheeky edits or secret sauce going on in my videos, I tell you. And every time I go live, I'm risking a blank. He says, after not having a fish after 50 minutes. I like the words authentic, genuine. I think these all help describe my angling. Yeah, what a reference from ChatGPT. We just said, no, I need some fish. Yeah, alright. If I'm not careful, I'll catch as many fish as those snag bro fellas. Saying that, I do like your channel, I am subscribed, it is good entertainment. Do need to catch some fish though, gentlemen. But yeah, it's a glowing reference. It is a glowing reference. That right, what that means is everyone's got to hit the like button if you've not done it already. And you've got to hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. Okay, that's the deal. It is a bit tough though, right? We are coming into winter carping session. If I could have fished the river today, or I could have motored myself, then I would have done. I'll be down there in a couple of weeks for a club match, I think. Maybe next week, week after. And soon enough, don't worry, but just got to sort out some new pole feeder rigs, got to tie those up. And I'll be away. This is tough. 5 more minutes on this. I think we'll leave it for a bit longer. We'll stay with this cast. See me through to 11 o'clock. Well, I'm not fishing. No, Rushmore. No. Just and it sounds like a private conversation. That the Rushmore League is a league that runs across the winter down here, and the reason I'm so negative about it is because I'm not sure where the skill is. I'm really not, and I don't say that because of me. I say that because, you know, there are anglers that fish it that are significantly better than I am, I would say, and they blank. It's not because they're no good, it's because the fish ball up, and if you're on them, you're on them, and if you're not, you don't. And they, you know, they don't move around, and if there's nothing in front, if it's like this, it's just like this in front of you, where there's just like no fish, right? So there's no fish here, right? If this is your peg and the fish aren't moving much, what can you do? Nothing. So no, winter carping is not for me. I did it years ago. If I'd have been streaming or doing my videos, you know, 10, 12 years ago, I would have been doing it. But some of the matches that I fished made me want to quit. You know, sitting in the freezing cold, in the rain and the snow, for no bites. No, I will go down the river and persevere with a pole feeder in floods before I do that. It's not for me. Not for me. So Anthony, no, I will not be fishing the Rushmore League. Don't forget the crumb and maggot line. I hope it doesn't mean breadcrumb. You're not allowed to use breadcrumb here, it's banned. Well, sorry, no, you're not allowed to use bread, it's banned. If it means like brown crumb, it's not ground bait time anyway. Just wait. I'm going to go on that pole line, right? And I'm going to put 5 dead maggots on, and I'm going to catch a fish. Right, it's going to be a roach, and I'm going to catch it on 021 to 019 to a size 12 MWG. And I'm going to get a bite off a roach, and that's going to put me current leader in the silverfish pool. So I'm just thinking, right, we're going to do maggots a little bit on there, and then I'll switch it to corn, because I do love corn. I do think it will show up nicely today. But this wafter's not done anything. One drop back might have been a liner. going to do this for another couple of minutes. Leave it out there. Then I'm going to have a look at the pole. If there's nothing there, I'm going to come back on the bomb and I'm going to change it back to a pellet. That's the plan. And then we'll have another go on maggots. And then if that doesn't work, we're going to go on call on the pole line. Alright? Something like that. Something like that. I need a ChatGPT plugin for the channel, don't I? I'm sure I can get one. Right, well this is the end of the first hour. Just a little update. Currently no fish. I've tried normal pellet on the bomb for 30 minutes and then I've switched to a wafter 10mm chocolate orange. I had one drop back. I lifted up, there's no fish, so you know it might have been a liner. Not sure, but I fed the pole line half an hour ago with some micros and some maggots. Somewhere, I've only seen 2 fish caught, and I can see about 12 anglers. And I've only seen 2 fish caught. Maybe I've not seen another one, but it could be that they're all up to my right, but I doubt it. So yeah, switch over to the pole in a sec, and then if no good for that, I'm going to go back out on the bomb. Just going to show that wafter. I reckon that really sticks out, don't you? Oh yeah, that's pretty unmissable, that. Not that anything wanted to eat it though. Right. Right, I'm just going to have to sit round to the side for a bit. It's not going to be so good, I don't think. I'll try and drag the camera around. I've not got the same attachment on that I use on the rivers, and I know I'm going to be fishing the pole all day, but let's go for, what did I say, 5 dead maggots. Change my mind, make that 4 dead maggots. Looks nice. Just got that hook in my hand. Right, there we go. Try and move that round. It will try and by default move back, but let's see. It's either going to go straight away because there's fish sort of mooching around there and they've eaten some maggots and they're there, or it's not going to move. So let's have a quick look. Obviously I'm going to love it to go straight under, but oh, it's not moving, is it? I'm just thinking about this. Am I going to put maggots in or am I going to put corn in? I think I'm going to change my mind. And I'm going to put corn straight in. Let's not mess about. It's 2 minutes, no bite. Saying I expect it to either go straight away or not happen. And unlike the bomb, I don't want to sit on it for too long because I'm fishing closer towards me, so I'm reducing the area of fish that I might be drawing from, you know. I can see halfway between my float and me, and there's no fish in that bit, so there's not much distance between there and my float. Whereas if I fish the bomb, I've got a lot more distance between me and the bomb, and then the bomb and the rest of the lake. So if they're not here now, then I don't think they're going to be, and we'll just feed some corn and come back later. It's 3.5 minutes. We'll give it another 1.5 minutes and then that'll be it. Give it a 5 and a couple of lift and drops, do you know what I mean? Just, if there's fish there, give them a chance to see something. Grab that bait. Ten seconds. I hope I catch something. Right, here we go. Bunch of corn, bunch of maggot. Intentionally spreading it around. I don't want to fish it on a small little area. I'm not fishing for F1s, you know, I'm fishing for, you know, 8-10 pound fish. So still going to put bait in on the bomb line. Still want to believe this is the right way to fish it today, and that it's just that the fish are balled up a little bit. What hook? Hold on a second. What hooks for the maggots? The Karanus from Guru, size 18s mostly. That's what I fish. Karanu, whatever. Yeah, Karanu. I think that's the right name. Yeah, size 18s. And then for all of my bream fishing and then the big heavier work on the pole feeder, I use MWGBs. Oh, there's a fish. There's a fish. That is a single roach. I've just chucked it in maggot. I see a roach, Dave. There's a roach.
Carp.
Huh?
Carp.
Roach, but that big. I've seen a fish. I was just saying, I've not even seen any carp move. No, they're all sitting still somewhere. Got excited. I saw a fish, a little roach about that big. It just makes you, you know, talk about it and think about what's going on, right? I see no fish swimming past in front of me. If you go back a year ago, I think it is, maybe 2 years ago, I can't remember. There's a video that I've still got on the channel where I see loads of carp swim past. I've seen none so far. So I just feel that the fish are sitting somewhere. The question is, where is that? Could be further out towards the rope, but my head says that's not the place, because less and less fish get caught to the rope these days. Most of it gets caught through this middle piece in my mind, most of them. If you imagine, I've got a pole line, top 7, then it's another top 7 to my bomb line, there's another top 7, and then maybe a little bit more to the rope. Something like that is how it sort of divides up. But you could say my pole line's 1/3, my bomb line's 2/3. Let's do that instead. That's probably an easier explanation of how far I'm fishing. So the fish are sitting somewhere. The question is where, and what's going to catch them. I think maybe it's just a patient waiting game until they move. So we're going to keep our eyes out on other anglers and what they're doing. Fish that I saw caught to the left was on the bomb, and the fish that I saw caught over the far bank was also on the bomb. So just going to keep doing what we're doing. I think that's the right option. Could chuck another line close to the rope, maybe with the method. I don't really think that's what I want to do though. Then I'm in danger of splitting fish. If I have my bomb line and now there's an hour's worth of bait there, and then I go and start a new line between that and the rope, I have a real danger of, if the fish move, then they might sit on the bomb line and I've moved to the method. That's a real danger in these times. That's how I think about it anyway. That's why it's sometimes best to just commit, because I think it's the right thing, and then stay on it for the day. Still keep trying the pole. I'm going to give that 30 minutes and then I'm going to go back. That corn is really visible, right? So if there's fish moving around, then, you know, imagine they start moving 10 minutes after I put the corn in. You know, then it's only 20 minutes till I go back on it again and have a look, which means most of the corn will be eaten. They'll still be grubbing around, hopefully, because there's a bunch of micros down there. So there'll still be a fish there to be caught, and I'll be on like the back end of that. And I can catch a fish. Is that an indication, or is that just me? Maybe that was me. And then I can catch a fish and then feed, and then, you know, give it another 15 minutes and then go back on it again, that type of thing. Let's see. Let's move that camera down a little bit. Sorry, I didn't realise that was such a bad angle from where I was on the pole. I think that's a bit better. Yeah, it could be just got to wait, right? We're what, an hour into a 4-hour match, 5-hour match, so the sun's out, you know, it's gonna warm the water a little bit. I see no fish moving, I see no one catching. There's 2 anglers on the far bank standing up behind their rods. unlike where I've got the sun on my back and not a lot of wind. They've got a lot of wind in their face and not a lot of sun. They're standing up like it's the absolute middle of winter. As people do love to do. Oh, is that a fish in 119? Yeah, he's a, yeah. Oh. No. Maybe he lost it, don't know. Looked like a strike to me. Come on, come on, come on. Stick with it. Stick with it. It's the right thing to do. Try that pole line again in another 7 minutes or so. Just see if anything's moved over on that corn, and then if not, we'll put a little bit more bait out there. Make it a little bigger area. Ooh, right, what's going on, everybody? Ooh. I thought it was going to get warmer. I think maybe it is, but The wind's got up from nowhere and it's dropped the temperature down a little bit. Bite, Dave. Bite. It looked like it. Come on, that tip's going to go around. I can feel it. I can just feel it coming. A question for everyone actually while we're here and not lots going on. Which camera angle do you prefer? Do you prefer this chest cam where you see, you know, what's going on, you know, that you see the tip and, you know, you see the fish maybe a little bit better as they get caught? Or do you prefer the side-on view where you see a little bit less of that but a little bit more of me? Well, that sounds really vain. Do you want to look at the fish or do you want to look at me? I didn't think that through really in my head before it came out of my mouth, but you know, that's live broadcasting. But do you not understand what I mean? Do you want to see a little bit more of the rod tip? Actually, forget it. That's a dumb question. I'm skipping that whole piece. Oh, I encouraged him for a bit to leave. Brilliant. Catch you later, pal. The only way I can do multiple cameras on a live stream is if I bring my laptop, and that's how I started. I'll do one more cart. I started doing that. That was like the sort of inception of the stream was, I want to be able to have multiple cameras that show me, so I can talk to the audience, the rod tip and the action. So that's what I used to do. So I used to have the webcam, the camera on the top of the laptop, and then one on the side and one on my chest. And that's how my first early streams were. They were all doing that with a laptop. The only problem that presented was it didn't really give good footage to make a video afterwards. The better setup to make a video afterwards to have well, that's a little indication. You a liner. So what's happened there, right? Put some bait in, cast over it, then I've had a liner. So they've come to that bait. Maybe they're waking up. Just got my hand over my rod, ready to strike. Okay, so yeah, that's what I did. But then I found that the better setup to produce a good live stream and a good video afterwards. So Dave just hooked one. That's really interesting. I've just had a liner and I'm like, I just feel like something's going to happen in a minute. So I found what the better setup was to have this camera, and then I've got a camera to the side, and that means I can record both of the videos, and then I can edit them together and make a nice video afterwards. When you do the inlay stuff, where you've got multiple cameras on the screen at once, none of the screens are really big enough. You know, it's not really, it doesn't make a nice video afterwards. That's the problem with it. So after a couple of years of bringing my laptop with me and having 2 side trays and that type of stuff, I stopped it. The other problem that I had was in the summer when it's really bright, you can't see anything on the laptop. You can't see the screen, so I couldn't see the chat to anybody. So there's sort of some inherent problems with that. But what I'm sort of thinking is I could just take it off my chest and stick it on the side. The problem that I've got with that is if it rains and I need to put the hood up, then I have a problem, right? So it might be good if you're doing a static video, but if you're live streaming, then it causes a lot of problems. Bearing in mind, I'm trying to fish a match, I'm trying to win, I'm trying to think about all these things. Dave snagged himself a bream. Oh, in a silverfish pool, Dave. You in the silverfish pool? I think you're winning it. It was interesting. That Dave next door just had a bream, about 3.5 pounds. I think I pushed you 3rd in the match. Has he? To the left of the white van? To the left of the white van? In between the vans? Bombed his hand over his face. Interesting. So the guy, well, I thought that one is a 3, according to Dave next door. Yeah, it's just what's the good viewer experience at the time, and then what's the good experience afterwards. Really what I'd like to be able to do is have another camera that's got zoom capability and it be able to switch, but it's just a bit too hard to engineer that on your own whilst you're fishing a match, you know. I do watch a lot of John Arthur's videos, you know, and he does take multiple cameras with him, and then sometimes he also takes his zoom camera with him, so he can show the float as well as him from the side, and you know, and the chest camera, which is all good, but you can't do that when you live stream on your own. That's the problem. You can have it where you switch from camera to camera though. So I do know how to do it through my laptop, where I would just have it on the chest camera and then flick it so it's just on the tip, and then flick it so it's just on the side. I do know how to do that, but then while you're fishing, you're also constantly trying to change the angle of the camera, which is a bit of a kerfuffle. There are hotkeys you can do for doing it, I do know that too, but it's just having that extra thing to think about at the time when you look to fish, and really you need to be focusing on, you know, hooking that fish and getting that done. Right, I'll have one more cast with this, and then I'll have another look on that pole line. So if he's got 3 carp on the far bank, then you've got to catch carp to win, right? There's no choice. If he's had 3 carp in an hour and a half, then you know, £8, £24, he's on for £50 for the match, just over. Assuming they're £8 average, but it could be an INF1 chucked in, so I think that's the sort of catch rate you need today. With an hour and a half gone, I sort of end up committing myself a little bit to this. And now because he's caught 3 carp and I know it, then I've got to stick with this in order to beat him. What I've got to hope is some fish decide to go on a bit of a feed, and then I have a good spell and catch a few. I've just had 2 little indications on that tip. Here I'm praying in a second it's just going to fold in half and wrap round. So I'm going to hold it and look away. And I'll feel it if it goes round, don't worry. I'm glancing at it. Trying to encourage the tip to just go round. See Mark on the far bank catch a fish. He's shouting for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's to get my attention. I don't know. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, maybe. I think if you go and stick a camera under the water during a match, you would start getting a few complaints from anglers. No one complains about me live streaming, right? I'm really open with people that I sit next to and stuff. You know, they know I'm live streaming. I explain that I'm videoing what I'm doing and not what they're doing. And whilst I might mention the odd thing as you would do as a normal match angler anyway, I'm not going to give a running commentary on what the gentleman to my next door was doing, for example. That's not the point. And I don't video the weigh-ins because, you know, people say things in the moment, and as soon as it's out on a live stream, then it's stuck there. So equally, I don't do that. So people are cool about it, you know. People make the odd joke about it, but everyone's cool about the fact that I'm live streaming. Right, it doesn't give anyone any anxiety or aggro or that type of stuff, right? If I was to fish and in the live stream and then fish a match and then stick a camera under the water and start looking around in my peg where they're not able to, I think that'll cross a line, and then I'll start getting a complaint, because then you start getting all sorts of other things like you've dipped your no one's going to ever say this to me, right? I don't think, but you could easily see someone complaining, saying that the angler's dipped their camera in something, or they're feeding, you're just not going to do it, right? Not going to do it. You're not going to stick another rod or something into the water whilst you're fishing without without it causing issues. And rightly so, right? If I was the other side of the lake, right, and I'm fishing and I see some guy fishing the pole and then he sticks another pole in next to it, I'd be like, hold on mate, what's going on here? Right. That'd be a line that I would draw. I might do it as just like a film. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going somewhere and then, you know, I'm going to fish down the edge at Tunnel Barn Farm, then I'll speak to Sarah, the owner, and say, look, do you mind if I put a camera in the side of the lake and capture some footage and all that type of stuff? I'd ask before I did it, you know. That could be a possibility. Right, here we go. Put that up again a little bit. Give myself 5 minutes. I'm being quite strict with the time. I'm always pretty strict with the time when I flip from the bomb to the pole, you know. I've been fishing there for an hour and a half now. I've put a load of bait out there. I don't want to be here when the fish turn up over there. So let's just see. And if they're here, I expect to get a bite within 5 minutes. What I want is I want that float to just disappear, for me to lift, and then the elastic to come pouring out. That's what I'm looking for. Nothing else. I don't want to be catching any roach. Although, if Dave's anyone to catch a bream and know if I catch a roach, I'm in the silver pool, so it will go in the net. You know, that would be good for me, but I want to catch fish for the silverfish pool by catching some bream on that pellet line. That's what I want. The bream are big enough to eat those 8mm pellets, no doubt about it. But a bite here will be a carp, hopefully. I just need that float to disappear in front of my eyes. I think what I'll do is I'm going to fish this for 5 minutes and then I'll feed the bomb line, but I'm going to chuck the method feeder over it just for 1 or 2 casts, I think. I don't mind doing that. So that's 4 minutes, no indications. I maybe I changed the. Maybe I put the title of this video to "How Not to Catch Fish" today. I don't know what. This is why I struggle to fish at times during the winter. When it's winter carping and it's just like you don't know what to do to get a bite and it's really hard, and I don't mind doing it for the odd week, but I can't do it week in, week out. It's just soul destroying for me. And the fact that I'm competing is not enough to get rid of it. Right. Well, this doesn't seem to be working, which is fine. There's still a few hours for fish to come on this line, so I'm still going to put some extra corn in though. More micros. Oh, just lost a few. Right, let's just get a tiny little 6mm wafter on this, which is not that hot. Right, nice and simple. Pellets in the hybrid, squash the hook bait, another little scoop, squeeze off all those bits. There we go, happy days. Hold it in my legs. Put some pellets in, just as I'm fishing the bomb, and I need to be Mr. Accurate. Chuck this over the top. That'll do. Right. I'm too busy watching now. As Neil said, if you're enjoying it, then do give it a thumbs up. I'd appreciate that. Helps to send it to more people and show engagement on the live stream. Gives YouTube these warm, confident feelings that it's something that it can suggest to other people. Not that I'm catching. Not that I'm catching, but it's not just about today, he says. going to have a couple of chucks on this method feeder. I'm going to leave it a little bit longer. And then I'll go back on the bomb. But I don't mind 2 chucks on this. Maybe 1. Actually, maybe 1. Or maybe we'll leave it a little bit longer. So let's do 12-minute cast or something like that to get me back on track for the hour. So we'll just stick with this one, but leave it for a bit longer. Slightly smaller bait. It's a 6mm chocolate orange wafter, so may give me an increased chance of catching a bream. Which would be good for that there silverfish pool, and then also give me opportunities for carp too. So I see the net going in on peg 118, which is Mick down the end, so he's caught something. So there are a few fish moving in this last half an hour. The question is, what am I going to have to do to get a bite? Okay, maybe I should eat a sandwich. Maybe that's what I should do. Let's do that. Can't bring a, well, I don't think I don't think you can bring a flask of tea. You could do. I associate bringing flasks of tea when I'm fishing to doing something a little bit more slower paced. This is pretty slow. It was either a liner or not sure, but I struck it anyway. Yeah, you could. Oh, I've got plenty of friends that go camping. I'm in carp fishing. I'm in camping. Camping and fishing. Whereas I go fishing. But yeah, it is nice to have a mate that cooks bacon sandwiches on the bank. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause he's got enough time. So where are we? 2 hours in, no fish. A couple of liners, but no more. I've done a little bit more on the bomb, looked on the pole line again, nothing there. Tried double corn. And I've gone out on a method feeder over the bomb line. First time I got a liner, and this is the second cast, so let's see if I can get a fight on this. If not this time, then I'm going to go back on the bomb. I don't want to leave little piles of bait all over the place that aren't getting eaten, so I'll go back to fishing just a straight lead. So I'll keep consistent with the bait that's already there, and then we're going to have another look on the pole in maybe half hour, or just feed it again in half an hour maybe. It's not a big fish match today by the look of it, although there are fish coming out now. I've seen, you know, people catch a fish. With most anglers, I think, maybe having caught now, and I'm feeling a little bit left behind. I say that it's like one fish, so you know, any one fish is going to potentially beat him anyway, so it's not like it's a stressful point. But what I do have to do is still keep fishing in a way where I'm confident of catching carp, because I'm still of the opinion that 50 pounder carp is going to win. So I've got to fish that way, because it's an open match and it's about winning. It's not about getting team points, and it's not about winning sections. So let's carry on with this and see how we go. Right, that gets me to 12 o'clock. I'll give it a couple more minutes. It's not going to hurt if I leave this out for a little bit longer. Let's see, let's give this an extra 5 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, just it's difficult to try and judge where I think the lake is in sort of terms of the activity cycle and, you know, what the fish are doing. I've not fished, you know, I fished it relatively recently, but the weather's changed since then, and if you're not here week to week and you see the change over time, then it's difficult to keep your hand on it, you know. But closer to Christmas, then no, I would slow it down, like really slow it down, maybe just chuck the method feeder on the bottom line and leave it for half an hour. In my head, we're not there yet. We might be. And I might be getting it all wrong, but I just don't think we are. When you get to that stage, then, you know, the matches start getting won with £30, and they're not. They're still being won with more. You sort of have this in my mind. You've always got this sort of build up into the summer and then the autumn, and then it slows off towards the winter. This is just in my head. I could probably make a chart for the results for the venue, but I would imagine if you did, you would see a slow off. Then as you get to the winter, you see the matches won with more but less people catch, where the fish have balled up, and then it will sort of spread it out again towards the spring. At the moment, I still think we're on the back end of fire pellets in, fish move, catch fish, not chuck in, leave it, wait for the fish to swim past and go, do you know what, I might eat that. It's a little pile of food. Hopefully that makes sense as to why I'm fishing the way I'm fishing. And if it was the other side of December, then I'm like, right, well, I think then you could do all right catching a few breams, so maybe I just start fishing a ground bait feeder with a few dead maggots in it. And then if you catch a bonus carp, then you're happy, do you know? Yeah, I think it's too early, John. I think it's too early. I'm completely wrong, right? I'm currently catching no fish. Oh, there's a fish. There's a fish. I've seen a carp in front of me. Just seen a fish in front of me, Dave. First one swam along. No, £8 maybe. Not a big one. But the first indications of a fish. Right, that makes me feel better. Wish that tip wasn't quite as far out. Yeah. I think the important thing about match fishing is have a plan. Think about what's going on. Adjust it if you can. But on certain venues, I would say this is one of them. At some point you got to like commit, you know. If you watch my streams regularly, or you watch my videos, I talk a lot about the fact that you can have £100 in an hour, and in order to do that, the circumstances that can make that happen for you is, one, you've got to be fishing in the spot when the fish turn up, because they move, right? It's not like there's loads of fish sitting in my peg and they're just ignoring me, right? They're moving, because it's predominantly carp. The second thing is, if you give them lots of choices, then I find it's more difficult to get them to either take your bait or stay on a bait, because they're like, this is new, oh this is new, oh this is new, this is new, this is new. And if they've decided to go off your bait while you're fishing it, then you're in trouble, right? You chuck maggots, but then you decide to fish a pellet and they've decided they want the maggots, you're on the wrong bait. And then instead of eating your bait, they're just going to consistently try and look for maggots. So I'm very reluctant to put multiple baits in the same spot. I don't mind on this carp line where I'm fishing on the pole, because the ground bait, the pellets will go to mush, and then basically that's going to turn to ground bait, and that's going to keep the fish grubbing around if some fish come in there, if they eat all the corn up. That's the purpose of that. And the maggots, well, they should have wriggled away by now. They're not wriggling much, I'll give them that. Even out in the sun they're not wriggling much, but that's the sort of premise. So if I've put bait on that pole, on that bomb line for 2 hours, the best place I'm now going to catch a weight of fish, in my mind, is on that bomb line in this type of venue. It's not by starting up another line somewhere. It's not like catching F1s, say at Tunnel Barn Farm, where you need to move off the line because the fish grub the bottom up and make a mess. So have a plan and think about it. But yeah, everyone's sort of starting things different, right? You could have started on maggots today and fished a maggot match, but I don't think we're fishing on maggot matches yet either. Still think it's carp to win, and carp on pellets I think is still the right thing, but as I've said, I am currently blanking. What I want to see is, I want to see a carp come up now and grab that pellet mid-water while I'm putting bait in. Hello Terry, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. Where have you been for the last 2 years? Welcome to some live streaming of fishing. Right. Stay with it. Stay with it. If all goes wrong today, I'm going to put the fact I'm using this different catapult. Normally I know where I'm stretching it to on the other one. This one has got a lot more power. I think I need to cut it down a little bit. So I might have been a little bit inconsistent with my bait. But there we go. Oh, cool, nice to see you. Right, come on, come on, come on. So there's a waggler going out over there. There's people trying the waggler on the far side, it's not working. Not seen loads of fish, but that one I've just seen in front of me gives me a little bit of confidence. So when I'm going to check that pole line, I'll tell you what, we'll leave this in and we'll do one more after this, and then we'll do another check on the pole line before past. That's what we'll do. Just reading your comment, Martin, about the way I smashed the lead in. That's funny. I think even the way you smashed that lead across the surface. That's cut deep today, do you know what I mean? I've sat here for 2 hours chatting and blanking. Then Martin comes in with the boom, your casting's not good enough. Wow. That's vicious. I tell you what, I'm going to stick a 2 ounce lead on. Remember, I'm trying to draw fish, trying to get their attention. It's a carp fishery where they respond to noise, right? They respond to noise. I use a 3/4 of an ounce lead. A lot of people use an ounce lead. Just saying. Where are you from, Terry? If you're talking about fishing for bass, are you in Canada or are you in the US? Where are you? I assume that's where you are. You're in one of those two locations. Your name's Terry, which makes me think you're more likely to be in Canada. Oh, okay, ruin it then, Texas, alright. I was going to say, it doesn't ring like a Texan name to me, Terry. My dad was called Terry. He wasn't from Texas either, but Actually, I think, Martin, you need to go back and watch the video from the other week where I caught 2 fish straight on the bounce when the bomb went in. Just to get it out of your head that the bomb going in scares the fish away. All right, we got mates coming in now. Anyway, hello to all of you. How you doing? Slightly different fishing than what you get in the States. That's for sure. Although saying that, despite carp being an invasive species for the US, there's a lot more people starting to carp fish. People realising there's a lot of good sport in it. Soon, in 20 years' time, I'm confident that there will be match fishing competitions in the US, just the same as we have here in the UK, and across the rest of Europe, where people fish in lakes like I'm doing today, fishing for carp, versus going out in boats and kayaks and fishing bass competitions. I'm glad you enjoy it. Live fishing is what it's all about, right? And you know, if you're in the States and you want some live fishing, you can actually get quite a bit of it. People wandering around, like you say, chucking out crankbaits, as you would call them, and jigs. You get people in kayaks around piers. You get people out in boats down in Tampa Bay and out in the Gulf. It's quite good actually. You've got quite a lot of choice for sport fish in the US that you can watch live. In the UK and Europe, you know, forget it. And in terms of live competitions, you can count the anglers in the UK on one hand that are currently live streaming it. And that's not really a connectivity problem, that's more of a style of fishing type problem, you know. It's completely different. Yeah, nice, Terry, nice. I lived in Florida for a couple of years. And we used to take a boat out into the bay in Tampa, and also a few trips out in the Gulf. Catch some redfin and some grouper and things like that, you know. People love eating grouper tacos around the Clearwater area where I was. Whereas I wouldn't eat one of these fish if you paid me, but actually carp were originally, I would say that carp were originally introduced in the UK by monks in the whatever early hundreds, actually as food, and it's really popular across the further east you go across Europe, to the point where now you can actually buy carp in a few supermarkets in the UK. And some eastern countries have carp on Christmas Day. Yeah, and that's the other thing. In all of the fishing in the States, all the sport fishing and stuff, it's all in size of fish, length of fish, which is what our sea fishing is in the UK. If you go down to the coast, people talk about the length of the fish, but when you're fishing inland, it's all about the weight of the fish. Some people still talk about length. You'll get some predatory fish like pike. Some people will talk about the weight. Some people will talk about those, but they don't lose size. So it's a more consistent measurement of the fish, as it were. like, you know, a 36-inch fish is going to still be a 36-inch fish in the summer and the winter, but it might lose or gain weight as the colder months come. There you go, 12th century. I knew it was something like that. Now actually some carp fishing in the UK, I talk about this a little bit, probably too much, the carp are just accelerated growth fed and then introduced to a lake when they're like 40 pound, and then people catch it and they're like, yay. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. If you want to catch a 30 pound carp, if you want to catch a 30 pound carp in the UK, go to a venue that's full of 30 pound carp. If you want to catch a 40 pound carp, go to a venue that's full of 40 pound carp. It's really, you know, it's all very publicised. There's no pride in catching, I don't think, massive fish in the UK anymore, because most of the fish that get caught have been stocked, you know, relatively close to the weight where they get caught, or the owner of the lake drives around all day chucking in bags and bags of high protein food. Anyway, right, okay, that's quite big. That's quite big. Today's match will be one with about 50 pound of carp. The water's gone clear. You can see my nets in the water. Fish are slowing down for winter. We've had a couple of frosts. You said you're in Texas, so frost is where the temperature gets down to 0 degrees Celsius, as we would say. Just so you know. Texas is probably still t-shirt weather currently, I would assume. Nice, isn't it? Hold on a minute. Is your fish in front of you, Dave? Yours in front of you? Yours in front of you? Right. Well, I was watching yours and I'm thinking, is that on that maggot feeder again? And should I switch? But I'm committed now. Huh? Yeah. No. Yeah, 8mm. I've told myself we've got a couple more weeks of trying to. I've told myself it's a couple more weeks of pellets, and then it's maggot. But you might be more right than me today. Well, currently you are. don't like the way this fish is messing about. He's a lump, that's for sure. Right, leg problem. However, oh my gosh, that sounded like a crack. A big fella? Yeah, something has just, I think. Right, let's deal with the fish. Right. Right, give me a sec. Seems alright, but I carry extra stuff for a reason, so give me a second. I think I need a bigger net. I need a bigger net. Huh? Yeah. 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 There was a little bit of a crack and it's made me a bit... There was a little bit of a crack. I'm just not sure. I've got to check the reading out. Yours, any good? Excuse me everyone for a second. It's a Daiwa reel. Do you mean brand? Right. I've got to check that out. It sounds like a crack, and I don't know if it's a crack in the net. I think it's a crack in the landing net itself. The net, not the handle. Just can't see it. So, you're out for the moment. You're in. Right. Yeah, I'm sure you've got big multiplier reels, Terry. Yeah, like we would have for sea fishing, but if you're out fishing for stuff on the beach or out on a boat, or fishing a wreck, you know, up in the north of conger and ling and stuff like that, really big fish. Right, well, anyway, I said commit to that. What's that fish? £15? I'll take £16 to be safe. So I'm like 2 more of those and I'll win the match. Dave caught a fish to me to my left at the same time. He reckons this was about £7, £8. I would guess that's a... I kind of like that, you can see it swimming around in that second net, which is where here. It's just down the bottom of the net. Maybe £16 a bit excitable for me, but it was a big lump. So when it screamed off to the right at one point, I could see it for so far because the lake's gone clear. Right, I'm out of sync. Where are we? 5 minutes on here, and then I'm going to look on... Oh, maybe I'll look on the pole line in a minute then. Or do I stay on the bomb? 5 minutes on the pole's not going to hurt, so... Let's do another cast after this. And then we'll go for a look on the pole. That'll be right. Whew, right, where are we? Right, I hope everyone enjoyed that. So, if you're enjoying the stream, right, this is the point where I say, if you're liking it and you're enjoying it, then give it a like, I'd appreciate that. If you're subscribed, then that's brilliant. If you're not subscribed, I am only a few people away from 2,000, which will be a great milestone for the channel. So hit the subscribe button, turn the notifications on with the little bell, so you see when I go live again and when I post a new video. So so if you could do that, that'd be really good. It's a free way to support the channel, and helps get, you know, fishing in front of more people on YouTube, which is only a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Right. So I have got another of those same size landing net heads in the bag. I'll leave it for the moment. See if I can catch myself a seagull. So to have 3 of my baits on the way down. Circling around again, so another 5 might make sure that I get 3. Yeah, this is one of the more noisiest of places as well. There's a dual carriageway just the other side of the trees in front of me, and there's a train line to my left. But yeah, if you go on to Google Maps and just type in Gold Valley Lakes, there's a town called Aldershot in the UK, and it's a multi-lake complex. It's a very nice place. Quite slow today, but I sat there for 2.5 hours with no fish. I've had 1 fish and now I'm complaining it's slow. Come on, Rod, go around again. You're always working off that principle, right? You know, if I've been feeding 6 pellets every 5 minutes for the last 2 hours, say, and then I get a bite, you know, how many of those pellets were left before it picked up my one? Is my one the last one? And you always kind of work off that principle that my bait was the last bait. Certainly with this style of fishing. But it is cold and I don't want to go feeling crazy, and I am all over the place with distances with this catapult today because it's a new one. And now I need to cut the elastic down for sure. Oh, there's another fish. There's a fish. I don't know if you can see it. There's the end of my keep net. It's actually nearly touching my keep net. Like it's come to say hello to the fish, his mate, inside my net. He's like a prison visitor. It's like, he'll be out in a couple of hours, mate. That's funny. I just had another fish, Dave. I just had another fish about 6-7 pounds. Basically come and say hello to the fish in the keep net. Yeah. It's like he's got banged up for a couple of hours. Just calm as you like, doesn't care about the nets at all.
Safe, isn't it?
Yeah, this one is. It's funny. That's funny. Right, how we doing? How we doing, everybody? Right, less than a minute on this. Then I'm going to go out on the pole. Then Terry's going to be like, what the heck are you doing? As soon as I ship the pole out. And then see if we can have some on the pole. If not, back on the bomb. Carry on doing what we're doing till the end of the match. Just going to stick with it. Don't know that, look at that hook length where it's kinked up. I'll change that. It's just rubbed over something, that hook length, which means now there's just a tiny weakness spot there, you know. So just go and do that. Yeah, another quick look on the pole, double cord. Okay, so 5 minutes look on the pole. For your benefit, Terry, we do a lot of pole fishing in the UK. It's a really accurate way to fish, where you can drop the bait in a particular spot and then make sure that you're fishing right over the top of it. And the way this works is in the top section of the pole I've got some elastic, and then my line is tied to that elastic, so when I catch a fish, the fish pulls and the elastic comes out, and effectively the elastic is what plays the fish. And this is a short pole today that I'm fishing with just a few sections, but we actually have them go up to 16 meters. But there's no need for me to fish that far out today. A lot of our lakes, that's a bite. A lot of our lakes have got islands in them, so fishing a pole is really useful to fish right up tight against an island, where casting a rod would mean that maybe you end up in overhanging trees and bushes and that type of stuff, whereas if you use a pole you can very accurately just push it up against the side of an island. So at a bite, I'm fishing a couple of inches over depth. Could have been a liner, could have been a bite though. So let's prepare a carp. I think could be a good sign. Not sure what you can see. I haven't brought the other attachment for the GoPro, so it's probably awkward, but hopefully you can see the end of the pole. Okay, I had a bite after 2 minutes, and then that's another 2 minutes without a bite. Come on, go again. Give it another minute and then I'm going to feed it again and come off. There's no point sitting here for longer with no bites, and if there was a few fish there I would have thought I'd get another one by now. So maybe it was just a smaller fish, could have been a random fish swimming to the rig. Not sure. Not convinced by that. Oh, I'm going to feed it again, aren't I? Did that for. Corn this time now, and instead of spreading it around I'm going to put it right on the same spot. Just for you that was, Martin. Hope you heard it. Doof. Right. Okay, where we are. Yes, and one fish. One fish. Currently sitting very happy at the bottom of that keep net. I've clicked 16 for it. It could be 12. It's not 8. I lit on the bomb. So 2 more of those and I'm happy. Let's see. Although I did hear a crack as I was lifting it out the water with the landing net, and I don't know if it's the frame of the net that's broken or if it's the landing net handle or if it's the screw joint. If I had money, I want to say it's the screw joint, but I've thrown it out the bank and got another one. we'll work it out later. Right, in the meantime, what else is going on? My buddy Mark's just netted another fish over the far side in peg 120. Yeah, we have net limits, so I can't actually remember what the net limit is for this venue. £60 or £65 or £50, I can't remember, but I'll judge the fish and I'll generally over judge it up to £40, and then that's it. And then, like they said, it helps you keep track of what's in the net. Normally it's a little bit busier than this. You join me in the winter. What you need to do now, Terry, is to go back and watch a couple of the videos from a bit earlier in the year, and you'll see a little bit more action. This isn't a me thing, this is a time of year thing. When you're fishing for carp in lakes. If you're fishing for smaller fish, you can have a lot more action, but this isn't that type of venue, so little indication then. Just a quick tap on the tip. Could have been a liner. Looking for that rod tip to get bent round again. I don't feel that's near that bait at all. Yeah, I thought that as well yesterday, Mark. I went and looked at the river and it's really up. Waited the whole season to get some flow on the river and it's gone from nothing to, you know, needing an arc, do you know what I mean? Because of the floods. It's not flooded, but it's just pushing through so hard, which is fine, but I've got to get some pole feeder rigs set up. And I just want to do something a little bit different, and I need to get some stuff ready, so I'm not prepared. It's a lot easier to come for a relatively short walk and get a nice breakfast in me this morning at the same time, so gold one. It's like a really strung out, like really long strung out sentence. So I was trying to think about a few things while I was talking then, but yeah, I was going to go to the river as well and change my mind. £16 for it. It's probably only 12. But anyway, it's a nice fish, and I'm glad to have it. I'm not blanked, and that's good. There's a few other fish coming out, so I'm not going to win the match catching one fish, but it has given me a little bit more confidence that what I'm doing is the right thing, or at least not the wrong thing, if that makes sense. Gentleman next to me is fishing maggot. He's had a bream and a carp. I think my carp weighs more than his too, so you know, I don't think there's a lot in it. I think it's maybe right on the cusp of pellet to maggot feeder, but I'm still confident that pellet was right. But I've seen another fish caught down on peg 116. I've seen my friend Mark catch another fish, and he's into another fish now on 120. So there's a few fish coming out of the far bank, I think. I had one bite on the pole and nothing else, so I wasn't sure about that. So let's see. I think we're just going to keep doing this for the next couple of casts, and then I'll have another look on the pole. So I'll put some more bait in and then stay on the bottom to the rest of the match, I think. I've got no reason to want to try anything different. Might chuck the method out again now. It's been a while, so I might chuck the method feed over it again. Yeah, I just need some more fish to become a little bit more active. Yeah, it was a nice breakfast. It is a lovely breakfast. It is a lovely breakfast. For £10, including a cup of tea, I think it's good value as well these days. Well, I'll do 5 minutes on this cast, then I'm going to chuck the method feeder over it again. There might be some fish moving out here actually. Maybe it's just a ripple. I say, if I do see a lot of movement, I'm going to from water. He's effectively fishing along the margin, but in a place where there's no anglers left and right, so it's a good spot. But it's a fair old cast, that's for sure. Right, we're going to wait till this gets to 5 minutes. I'll go back on the pole, change my mind. Go back on the pole. Another look on the pole. And then check the method out, I think. Still going to check the method over the same spot, but let's see if I can attempt to fish that way, I think. just want that float to disappear, and before I could even strike, for it to shoot off and start putting elastic out. That's the scenario I want to happen. They're messing about. It's 3 minutes though, no bite. Well, I really had hoped that I was going to go over that and get a bite, but looks like it's not to be. I said before on previous videos, I always like to catch something on the line where I think it's worth setting up a rig, do you know what I mean? Dump half a pot of micros on it. Maybe some bream come over it. Right, check the method back out, I think. I'm definitely inconsistent with the catapult, that's for sure. Excuse me. Yeah, I've got to sort that catapult out. They're always sort of in a line, but it's definitely over a... My pellets are not in the same area. Oh yeah, Terry, I've had one carp, which is somewhere between 12 and 16 pounds, I don't know, but it was a big lump. And very welcome on a day of, well, one bite, one fish, really. Certainly not a fan of days like this. It's damn blanked. Let's be really positive about it. Anyway, very nice stream. So, what do you mean, Terry? Not falling to the vertical. Oh, you mean like TikTok? Yes, I guess that's exactly what you mean. What's he got? What's he got next to you, Dave? What's he had next to you? One? He's having a few, isn't he? Oh, I didn't realise he was in again. Well, he does keep drawing it. That's what he told me. Huh? I think maybe I just need to be happy I've had one. I don't think anyone this way's had 3 fish, have they? I don't think anyone this way's had 3. I think I've seen Mick have 2. What, Mark? Where Mark is? Yeah, he'll have a mix. I assume so anyway. Oh yeah, yeah. I can actually do them all. I can actually. There's a topic for another day. I can on Streamlabs. If I do it on my PC, I can actually. It lets you stream horizontal and vertical, so you can stream to YouTube and you can stream to TikTok the way people would expect to see it. Interestingly though, TikTok have just changed their policy and said that if you use a third-party program to stream to their platform, which is like Restream or Streamlabs, then they will only let you stream if you do 50% gaming. So that's fishing off the agenda then for TikTok then, because I'm never going to move to just streaming on TikTok. It's not a good move. So I might do the occasional thing. It's good for some short form video and finding some new subscribers, really. That's bringing people over to the channel, but it's not good for building an audience. And I'm never going to sit here and expect you to start donating crowns and stuff like that. That's not going to happen, so you're all safe. Saying that, I will do I will multi-stream to Twitch and Kick. It's just another place to find different audience members, do you know what I mean? There's the different demographics are watching different platforms. You know, there's still a generation of people that are still watching stuff on Facebook. A lot of people now moving to YouTube. Twitch is predominantly gaming, but it's got a lot more other stuff on it as well. So that's a real mixture of things on Twitch, and there's a lot of creator tools. It's very simple for someone to stream on there. And the good thing about Twitch is that if people link their Amazon Prime accounts, which lots of people have these days, then you can subscribe to the channel for free with your Amazon Prime account. So the creator gets something that would normally just either not be used or, well, not be used. So I'm sure there's a lot of you watching that have got Amazon Prime accounts that that don't subscribe to a Twitch channel, but you can do it for free. Blah blah blah. So anyway, that's a later conversation, I guess. I'm going to cover more of that in some at-home live streams that I plan on doing. So I'll cover that off in more detail. Explain to everyone how to do it. I'm trying to, Martin, although you may get blacklisted because you were critical about my splashing in my bomb. Only kidding. It does seem a bit of a no man's land. We were just saying that our friend Mark on Peg 120 is having a great day. He's having more fish than I thought he was having. Come on, I want a bream off of this method line. I'm not, no, I'm not, I don't, I was thinking it might be Martin, I don't know, but I was hoping it would go over 2,000 today, which is just great. I'm well happy about that. Thing about subscriber count, it doesn't actually count for anything, right? Well, it in one way, I was about to say but what it does do is it does say to like other people that the channel's worth watching, you know. It doesn't earn you anything. What it does is it helps demonstrate that your videos are worth watching and your posts are worth engaging with, and you know, as a content creator, right, I'll put myself in that bracket for a second, that, you know, you've got a little bit of credibility, especially when it's built around what you would call a niche. Do you know what I mean? I'm not making some video on, you know, how to get rich, or I'm not making a video on being funny for 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Obviously I think I'm hilarious, but that's just me, my opinion of myself. But yeah, it just indicates to people that that's a channel that may be worth watching. That's why it really helps. So if you're watching and you're not subscribed, if you'd like to hit that button, I'd really appreciate it. And make sure you turn notifications on. It's surprising so many people subscribe and don't do it, and then they wonder why they don't get a notification when I go live. But something else I'll cover off when I do some live streams that are coming up in the future. Stay tuned for more, he says. Right, so I'm gonna have a little, so that's not really working out, right? So let's just have a couple of chucks on the method feeder, a little bit further towards the rope. I don't have a lot of faith in it, but if I can drop it on a fish's head, then that's okay. So that's out past my feed, for sure. I say to Mark, it's easy when you're casting up the bank, do you know what I mean? You've got something to aim for. That's been all nicely cut back. Hey? Yeah, he is. Yeah. Well, we were both talking the other day about like how difficult that chuck is to be consistent on 120. And he's probably packed some 12-foot SLRs just for that. No, I've got no confidence to get another bite. I'll put a method on, and now I'm just going to have a few chucks close towards the rope, purely for that I might drop it on one's head. No. All I think I want to do is go further out, because I haven't caught this way. But I don't know if I thrash the pellet waggler around for an hour, maybe I bump into one, but I don't know. Good thing about this gentleman is the fact that people get to chat to each other about fishing while I'm fishing, watching fishing. That's the secret sauce here. That's the secret sauce. I don't know any angler on the planet that doesn't enjoy a good chat with another angler about fishing. It's like, you fish, I fish, right, we're mates then. Let's talk about fishing. So as I was just saying to the guy next to me, all I'm going to do now is I'm going to have a couple of chucks further towards the rope, which is my limit of where I can fish to, purely because where I'm fishing just doesn't seem to be working right. I've had one fish, one bite, and you know, I've spent a lot of time there, so I'm just going to try now, because we've only got an hour and a bit before the end of the match, just going to try and find a fish somewhere. So I'm never going to cast in the same spot twice now. I'm just trying to find a fish. Because I'm fishing a method feeder, I've got a little pile of bait, and I'm probably going to extend it to 10-minute casts. This might be what I do for the rest of the match. Saying that, I might change my mind in 5 minutes, have another look on the pole, and go back on the bomb line. But I'm going to have a couple of chucks of the feeder. I'm going to commit to at least that on this method. No indications, right? No liners at all. No signs of fish. No, not fished the Medway. Not fished the Medway, so I'm just catching up on the chats. Right. Yeah, so I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna just chuck the feeder a couple of spots, and then we'll have a look on the pole, and then maybe return to the bomb line. And quite a sorry day's fishing, but good stream, good breakfast. and yeah. So there's a bunch of people that look pretty sorry for quite a bit of the day on that far bank. Hey guys, let's just hoof that over the top of his head, my mate Mark. Bosh, straight into that far bank. What a cast. What an angler. If he's watching. He's actually saying he won't be watching, he might watch later. In fact, he'll definitely watch the highlight video if I make one, which I will, of my one fish wonder day. But I don't really know what else is going on. They're saying that someone behind me could be catching absolutely loads, but I don't expect that's the case. Yeah, I think that's true, Martin. I think that's true. I think that's true. Especially when you think about how broad angling is, do you know, as a hobby. Fishing for, you know, trout and salmon in chalk streams with flies, to offshore 50 meters deep wrecking, do you know what I mean? And then everyone loves to chat about the fish that they caught and the one that got away, do you know what I mean? And then, you know, everything in between, right? Match anglers, specimen anglers, predator anglers, carp anglers, people that want to fish for one fish or a big fish, or catfish anglers, you know. Lots of different tactics, lots of different tackle required. Everyone, you know, everyone's outdoors. I think that's a big part of it, you know what I mean? It's not exactly, you know, beautiful weather today. I got it's about 5 degrees and I got thermals on. Right, let's chuck right out towards the road, that is. Interesting, I was watching a streamer yesterday, a guy called Cole, and I flicked onto his stream and he was just streaming, chatting about some guy that was cheating in a kayak fishing festival. And this guy, the story goes that this guy was fishing a kayak bass fishing festival tournament, and you just have to take a picture of the fish, like measured, and you submit it. And instead of actually fishing on a kayak, what he'd done is it got a kayak and he'd cut it in half effectively and put it on the back of his fishing boat, He'd gone out on his fishing boat with like loads of rods and his sonars and everything, and then he caught a bass, and then he just like, you know, artificially faked this photo as if he was in a kayak. It was a crazy thing, absolutely crazy thing. As a UK match angler, it's just, you know, hilarious to think of someone doing that. Yeah, I would say that's, well, I don't know, Martin, is that licensed anglers in the UK? It may be as low as that. Oh, hit that. Just gonna make noise. I thought that was a fish, that was. It was definitely having a little okay. Looked very breamy. I should have called Sean from Snagbro channel. He'd have been able to catch it if it was a bream. I might make that into a short and send it to him. Yeah, a guy fishing, cheating in a bass fishing tournament. There he is. Yeah, I would expect that's licensed anglers. I think a lot of people go fishing without a legal license. Unfortunately, but if you create a mechanism and then don't ever, oh, this is the second time, but I can't remember when the first time was. And the second one was here at Gold Valley, actually, on a bank holiday weekend. If you're outside the UK, we have to have a license to be able to fish, regardless of actually where you're going and everything else. So you've got to have a license to fish, the same as you have to drive a car, and then you've then either got to pay a venue like this is a commercial venue, or be a member of a club, and then you have a club membership for that club to fish their waters. But yeah, we have a national licensing scheme, and I've been asked for it twice in 40 years, and I fish popular venues. Right, it's not as if I fish some, you know, fishing club place behind locked gates and stuff like that. Right, well, here we are, last hour. What do I say? Not sure what to do, really. I'm going to have this chuck on the feeder. This is going to be 10 minutes. Then I'm going to have a look on the pole. And then I think I'm going to finish on the bomb. I've done three casts, progressively further towards the rope. I had that indication on that last cast, so it's in the same similar spot this time, but if it doesn't go round, then I'm going to go back on the pole, have a look on the pole line, and then go back on the bomb, I think. I was hoping that it would still be a pellets day today, and not a maggot feeder day today, but I think from now maybe it's maggot feeder if you want to get a bite. It'll be interesting to see the weights today. If I'd have fished the river and I've had 12-pounder roach though, that would have been a great day. That would have been a great day. Saying that, I've still got another video to edit of a day's fishing, catching roach on the Thames. Week before last, maybe it was 3 weeks ago. Could be 3 weeks ago now. So I've got a video still to do of me catching some roach. Had a nice day's fishing on the river. And I think the next time I'll be out, we'll be back on the river again, with the river in flood, fishing a pole feeder or a lollipop to try and catch some fish. We should be good. I'm looking forward to that. I enjoy fishing the pole feeder. It's a discipline, so I'm looking forward to that in some ways. And the other video I got to make is someone asked me to do a little tackle test on my new Preston trolley that I've bought. I've not used today. I've not brought it today. I brought the old one because I want to do the video when the trolley's clean. So I'm going to do a little tackle test video, which is something I don't ever do. So a little bit different. Give my opinion on what I think this is like. No, I didn't. No. Thanks for thinking that though. I think maybe you've done that in your own head. Yeah. Might confuse a few people though, Martin. It does when people see it. Just so everyone knows what we're talking about. That's what I'm calling a lollipop float. It's what's called a flat float, and it's designed for fishing in rivers. And when they're really fast flowing, it's got this strange angle. So what happens is you put some rubbers on here and one up here, and then imagine the poles here. And the design of the float is that because the water's pushing from right to left, if you use this example, it pushes the weights downstream, downriver, and you hold it back against the current. And this design here, these grooves on this float, is designed to try and ride the waves, as it were, or ride the current, so it stays upright in terms of the bristle, but actually the rig comes down at an angle to the left if the river's flowing from right to left. Otherwise, if normal float, it just gets dragged down the river. Where here you try and hold it flat, hold it steady, and specifically when rivers are flooded. That's called a flat float. This is a Caruso 10 gram one, and you'll be seeing me using some of those in the near future. Those and pole feeder. But yeah, that's what that's for. But when you fish with it and then you bring it out of the water, and you get people walking past who understand fishing, but then they see a flat float and they've never seen one before. They're really confused about what's going on. Right, I'm going to let this run till 10 minutes. It's just gone the hour. And then, as I said, have a quick look on the pole and then back on the bomb. more I think about it, the more I know that fish isn't as big. That's what I've clicked. Oh, that's funny. It's probably 12 pounds. I will re-click it so I don't get it wrong for the summary. I'd love it to be more, but I've got this nagging thought in my head that it's not as big as that. I don't see anyone else catching, Dave. Yeah, Neil. Yeah, just yeah. Tell me how to catch some fish in this peg right now. I think I'll do it. So I've got my plan. I'll run this for another minute, and then we're gonna have a look on the pole, and I'm gonna go back on the bomb line. That's it. I've played it all right today. I've been consistent in what I was doing, and then a couple of variations. Then I've gone for a look for fish on the method feeder, which in my is the right way to do it. And then now I'm going to have another look on the pole line and end on the bomb. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I've done today. Oh, you can say, oh, I haven't caught any fish, but this is what it's like on a carp venue. They're either here or they're not. I can't make them feed. I'm trying to encourage it. So we'll try for 5 minutes on here. And that float's not flying under, is it? 3 minutes later, it's just sitting there. And it's just probably a couple of bits of sweet corn sitting on top of a pile of sweet corn that's just been left. Interesting. No carp, no bream, no F1s. It's far enough out. Interesting though. Maybe maggots over ground bait would have been a better idea, I don't know. I don't think so. I think, like, you know, my pellets are sort of doing the same effect as the ground bait anyway. It's not like the difference between black and white, you know, it's just like shades of grey. But so I've got a bait that's going to have broken down over the 5 hours. Left something for the fish if they come and disturb the area, keep them coming back. Corn's a nice visible bait in the clear water, and a bait that carp love. So, you know, what's the issue been there? Too much bait? Put them off? I don't really think that's the case. I've not put tons of bait in. Not based on the capability of the carp to clear it up. So that's nothing. So I don't think that's the issue. But I think that is pretty much telling me get off this pole line. I think the next time we'll be back at Gull Valley, I will have maggot feeder. It could be what I'm fishing based off today. I didn't realise there had been 3 frosts. And I'm not going to be back here for a few weeks at least. Probably not until Christmas time. Around that sort of time, so by that time it'll be maggot feeder. I'm trying to catch some bream on a long pole, I think. How are we doing? He's mugged by motorcyclists. There's a motorcycle cafe round near where I live actually. I'll go and have breakfast round there. See if I can get in. You have your chat. You have your chat about motorcycles, it's alright. As long as you come back to fishing. Right, what have we got? 45 minutes. I'm struggling to think of a time where I fished on the bomb and not caught and then caught in the last 45 minutes. But I don't know when there is a time when that's happened. Hold on a minute. I don't think there is a time I've done that. I'm probably better off just getting the method and just keep chucking it about. I'm trying to think now, desperately, is there any time where I've been like this and then I've gone back on the bomb line and then had fish in the last 45 minutes? Like, ever. No, I don't think there is. Certainly not in the last couple of years. Caught a pellet waggler and pulled it out of the bag, but let's get off this. Let's get off this. Now, saying that, I don't know when I've ever fished a method feeder and chucked it around in the last 45 minutes. It's not normally something I do. I normally do what I've just done, which is end up back up on the method, on the bomb. Right, I've got 2 spare pegs to my right, so let's just chuck it over there. Oh, that's a bit close. That's a bit close to that rope. Right, 5-minute casts. Plop, 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 plop. That's what we're going to do. It's funny. Motorcycle chat. Did I say motorcycle? It's cold. Can't get my words out. Right, I could change the out length. Do I got any? No. Pellet. Right, that looks like an 019 hook length. I'm going to switch that to cut of dead maggots. I just need to trim it down. So I'm just going to take that hook length off of that method feeder. That wafter. Change it for a smaller hook. And fish a few dead maggots on it, I think. Three dead maggots. Try and snare a bream. I was thinking of making a Discord channel, and I've got one ready, but maybe I need to put a special channel in there for motorcycle chat. Oh. Excuse me. Try and stay awake. Right. It's alright. It's alright. There's not a lot of fishing to talk about. So slight change of tactics then for the last half an hour of the match. Just gonna fish 5-minute casts. Just randomly chuck that method feed around the peg. It's just got 3 dead maggots on a smaller hook. I'm trying to catch a bream. And win some money out the silverfish pool, because I'm not going to win the match. I'm just playing it through in my head. I don't think I've ever been fishing a bomb line and then it be rubbish and then go on a bomb line in the last 45 minutes in the winter and then caught a load of fish. I don't think that happens. So I'm just as well to just chuck that method around a little bit, see if I can land it in front of a bream's face, and hopefully the bream decides to chow down on the pellets. Be interested to see the weights today. If you want to know, just go to Gold Valley Lake's Facebook page. The results will probably be on. They're pretty good actually. Probably before I get home. So if it'll be 2 hours, check back. Results will probably be on their Facebook page for the day. I'll let everyone know how big that fish was at the end, but after it's weighed in. But I won't record the weigh-in. I'll shut the stream down and then put a post up tonight just to let you know, was it £12, £16, or was I just completely excitable when it's only 10? It didn't look like a £10 fish to me. So, but yeah, that's what we're going to do. Chuck this around for 30 minutes, try and catch a bream. Maybe ChatGPT was right. Maybe I should have fished smaller pellets. Oh, come on, Tip, go round. This is not my desired outcome for today's fishing little trip. The funny thing about today was there was talk about, I was chatting about going to the river. There was chat that a couple of the people probably wanted to go and fish in the middle of the river and try and catch a chub, you know, which might be like one bite during the course of the day. And I'm like, I'm not fishing all day for one bite. And I've fished all day for one bite. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. Yeah. I still reckon I'm right though. I reckon £50 will win it today, and I bet someone's got £50. I don't know who it is, but and when you think that's going to be the way, you've got to fish in a method that you think is going to catch you that way. Do you know what I mean? As I said, you know, today's about winning. Don't know how many of us there are today, 20 odd anglers, maybe a little bit more. You know, the idea is to come first, not catch a few bream and come nowhere. Do you know what I mean? Fishing to win. Hey? I see that. I think you're trying to trick the fish though. Oh, you've hooked one as well? I was just saying, I think you're packing up to get a bite. You slung that to the rope, didn't you? Hmm. Yeah. Put the line around the reel. Yeah, it's slightly different in my mind, Terry. Not completely, but I just, I'm competing to win. I'm fishing a competition. And sometimes the competition is about catching loads of big carp, and sometimes the competition's about catching loads of small roach. It varies. But you have to try and fish the way you think the match is going to be won. Was that a bite or what? No, I don't know what's going on there. I'm sure that rod was jerking around. Jerking? I'm using that word for. I'm sure that rod was tapping them. Caught one out to go. So a little bit of a summary, I guess, while I sit here, watch this. I thought we were going to catch a few fish on the bomb today, and I thought I might catch a couple on the pole too. I was hoping that even though it started to get colder, I could still catch fish, pinging pellets on the bomb line and then fishing the bomb over the top. But it seems to be that's not the case. It's a slower day, and or certainly here in this area. And the fish is slowing right up, so I've had one fish so far, and I think maybe that's it, which is somewhere between 10 to 16 pound. It gets smaller as the day goes on. One fish, one really good bite, and yeah, so that's all I've had for. I've tried plenty of things. I've fished the bomb, I've fished the method, I've checked the method about a little bit, I've fished the pole a few times, I've set my stall out to win. And I think that the target weight's 50 pound, so I fished methods that were going to get me 50 pound a weight. So fortunately it's not worked out, and that's how it goes. So this might be the last update before the end of the match. If that's the case, then that's cool. I just want to say thanks for watching, and hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you on the next one. See you later. Ta-da. And I might now do another one, but who knows. Hopefully I'm going to come back. It's going to be a recording, it's going to be a video now, and they'll be like, actually, I've just hooked another fish. No, big fish don't win. They don't win. Big fish are nice to catch, but competing and beating other anglers, that's what wins. Competing wins. Saying that, I've caught some lovely pike, I've caught some nice catfish, I've caught some big carp, I've caught some big stingrays, I've caught, they're all nice single big fish, no doubt about that. Good for pictures. But if I could drive home today going, I've beaten everyone at this venue today, that would make me feel good. That would make me feel good. But anyway, I've also had a great stream, that's another thing. So thank you for everyone that's joined, thank you for everyone that's watched, and I really appreciate it. One last shout for giving it a like, and hit the subscribe button if you're sitting and watching and you're not subscribed. And if you are, just check you've got the bell marked off, so you get a notification when I go live, and when I put a post on the channel and stuff. And finally, go and check that pike video out, and let me know why you didn't like it, if you didn't like it. If it's not your thing, just type a comment, pike fishing is not my thing, and then I'll be able to see it. So I'm really interested. So yeah, what else are we doing? Another cast, that's what I'm doing. you got to stay in now, Terry, to at least the summer. Oh. And you can see what the good fishing's like. Hold on a minute, where's the sun just gone? So someone just turned the sun off. I told you, turn the sun off. Temperature's gone down 2 degrees. God, it's freezing now. I was saying earlier we were going to have the sun for most of the day, and then it was going to turn horrible. And and that's exactly what's just happening. Nice warm cup of tea, that's what I need. Nice warm cup of tea. So, as I was saying, check the venue's Facebook page out in a couple of hours, which is Gold Valley Lakes, and they'll put the results for the day, and so you can know who won and how much weight. I reckon about £50 is the target weight today. Hopefully my friend Mark on the far banks had it. But there's a whole, you know, whole another part of the lake up behind me that you've not seen all day long. And they got a bit of room, those anglers, so maybe they've caught a few, I don't know. This is generally the better part of the lake, which is why there's more anglers in a close area. But let's see. So, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, comment on the pike video, make sure your notifications are turned on. That's your lot of homework. I'm intentionally packing this stuff up while still fishing, trying to trigger a bite. That's no good. Temperature has just dropped. I'm starting to shimmer now. It's not good. 10 minutes to go. Come on. Since the rods go round. £4 bream. Thanks very much. Win the silverfish pool. or £15 carp come second. Yeah, I'll check that landing net out. I'm sure I had a crack. They break, do you know what I mean, over time, but I'd rather it breaks as I'm getting the fish in and I get the fish out than something else. Right, the guy on peg, what peg's that? 19, 120, 21, 22, 23, 24. I've beaten the guy on peg 124 because he's just packed his stuff up and he's put it in a car. I'm not saying anything, you got to get it in. So we've had 3 fish on the maggot feeder. Two carp and a bream. Yeah. Which is better than my 1 bite on the pellet. Chatting to the guy next door, so he's had 4 bites on a maggot feeder today, and I've had 1 on a pellet. I'm fishing the bomb, so I definitely think that's it. You've got to switch over to maggot feeder. See, if I was fishing next week, then I would come, you know, ready to fish a maggot feeder. Thing is, I won't come next week because I've got something else to do. That seems to have been a better tactic. Yeah, no worries, Steve. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it. You too, Austin. Thanks for coming. Ooh, I don't know where I'm I don't know where I'm next. I think the next fishing trip, I think, is a club match on the river. So that's highly likely that won't be streamed because the signal around where I fish the river is no good. And then the next thing in the diary that I've got is I've got a match Boxing Day at Tunnel Barn Farm, and I'm not too sure what I'm going to do like Christmas week type stuff. I'm fishing again Christmas Day and I will be streaming somewhere, so it's likely to be Tunnel Barn Farm. So I'll be F1 fishing with maggots and bread punch at Tunnel Barn Farm on Christmas Day. So if I don't see you before then on a live stream, then that's when I'll see you next. But with 3 minutes to go, I think this is pretty much it for the day. If you're coming to Gold Valley to fish next week, fish a maggot feeder on Syndicate Lake. Unless you're drawing peg 120 and then chuck a method feeder up the bank. I think Mark's had a good day today. We'll see though. Oh, there's no keep nets in over there either. So I've not come last. That's not quite the goal. The goal is to win, but even if I got the tactics right today, I don't think I'm in the right place. I think Dave's done better tactic wise to my left. But I don't think we're in the area to win. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely fishing a matchboxing day. Whether it'll be streamed or not, I don't know. That really depends on the peg at the venue. But at this venue, I'm all right because you can stream anywhere. So whenever I come to Gold Valley, there'll be a stream. It's fine. Just everywhere else, it gets a bit patchy. So yeah, but if I'm fishing Christmas, well, I will fish Christmas Day. I'll fish Christmas Day, and I'll go to probably Tunnel Barn Farm, and I'll fish a peg where I know I can stream, because I don't need a lot. Right, I'll have a couple of pegs, a pint of maggots, and a few slices of bread, and hopefully I'll catch a load of fish like I did last Christmas Day. That, or I end up on the river somewhere. But I think I'm more likely to go to Tunnel Barn Farm. So right, I've got about 30 seconds, I reckon. And for anyone that was the first day today on the stream, just go back and have a look at some videos. You can see me catching some fish. Instead of staring at, what can you see? Staring at the lake all day. I guess it's been quite nice, relaxing. There's my Utah, and that's it. Oh, I bumped into a fish. Ironic. Just bumped into a fish, bringing it back. Right, so there we go. Right, thank you for watching, everyone. I will catch you sometime in the future. See you later. Ta-da.